Often Maker 23184 is first to the stream. No. Crimson_Icky is first.
Okay, I think we are about ready to go. However, my PNG is frozen. So let's get that fixed before anything. Orphan, you are indeed first. And Crimson will say otherwise, but Orphan on the 2 for 2 right now. How long can Orphan keep it up? Who knows, but I like it already. Yeah, gonna be some audio stuttering due to game PNG working. Actually, you know, closing off the audio whenever this happens is usually a good idea. Liking it already, Killing... Yeah, it's really hurting Crimson's soul that Crimson's not first. Crimson's like, I'll get you back for this. And Orphan's like, you said that yesterday, and look where you are now. No, don't be, Orphan. Don't be. It's all in good. It's all in good fun. Anyway. Back to this. I do not remember where we actually were, to be honest. Yeah. You can't tell you what to do. I'm not your mom, but I seem to be everyone's uncle, though. That seems to be what I am right now. And as your uncle, you're allowed to actually, you know, get first. It's all in good fun. Because I'm Unk. Yes. And Orphan with the 7-stream streak. Thank you for showing up. 7 streams in a row. Thank you, thank you. You know, she's doing it competitive. She literally wakes up only to redeem this before going back to sleep, and I am all for it. Crimson. You do similar stuff. I'm sorry for killing you. Long live the king. Ugh. Oh, by the way, Crimson. Actually, everyone. I have upped the pricing for the not rhythm game, the make me play a game / challenge run redeems. Because I have a backlog now, and I think we need to buffer it out a little bit more. And the games that we have been playing are longer games like RPGs, so that's plenty of time for people to actually get points. I need to up, right now, at the very least until I clear out some of this backlog, I need to up the price. Or we could just make up and make out, but you know, ooh. Crimson, are you really not going to take that offer? Anyway, I did not really boot this game up, like, at all. Honestly, I just haven't really felt the need to boot this game up on my own time. Because all I'm really doing is... all I would need to do is grind for, where is it? Try to grind for this, and I just haven't been in that mood. I'm around under halfway to get the redeem. Yeah. Where's Unicorn? There's Unicorn. There, Unicorn. You happy? Unicorn. Yeah, Crimson, I know you had a lot of points already, so you'll still probably get another redeem, but I had to up the price. I feel like we just an Orphans Crimson show. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I haven't really done all that much, really at all. I booted it up yesterday, really just to check to see if there's an update, and I just did little bit of this. That's all I did. I just haven't felt the need to jump in between. Anyway, Hey, Yusegi. How's it going? Just currently going to... Well, I think we're gonna just continue plot, actually. Unless I hear otherwise. Again, I just haven't really felt like jumping into this game in between streams. I just haven't felt the need. I am this... Sometimes I feel like it's just the Orphan Crimson show, but this is the Stinky Robot show. It is indeed very smelly. Why the insults? Well, apparently I'm stinky. Nothing's perfect. The world's not perfect. But it's there for us. Trying the best we can. That's what makes it so damn beautiful. I don't know what that's from, but I like it. I shall continue plot until something pops up otherwise. Which, to be honest, I don't remember what the plot was right now. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgarsamar. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Did you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Are we just kind of in between stuff? Do you want to be Baja Blast Badcap? Recently learned what Baja Blast is. Oh! Have you actually gotten your first taste of Baja Blast? The quote is from Fullmetal Alchemist. I need to rewatch that show again. I need to rewatch Fullmetal Alchemist. That's been on my to-do list, and I just haven't gone around to it. Bad thing happen when you think, God damn it, run around, do crap in Final Fantasy XIV. I knew what it is. Did Baja Blast just finally come to Australia? Scuttbot, 'tis well that you were on hand. We have a problem. Eorzea has escaped. It happened shortly after the Mortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Roa Isle, quitting the city via Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridium. I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea's as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Earbird, and the first are hot upon Royale's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Fog, and join the hunt. This was the woman that we captured in the previous stream, where she's been working for like this, working for the syndicate, ruining things in the background. There's no such thing as no hope. There's only a lack of looking for that. Is that also Fullmetal Alchemist? I don't think I've ever seen it. That was something smexual like Baja Blastin'. Is that Orphan? Are you saying that's a Baja Blast is a snexual act? Someone's gonna perform the Baja Blastin'. Basic water drinker, all you really drink. I mostly drink water nowadays. I do drink a soda when I have dinner, you know, before I became Rubit. Where'd I go? I'm assuming I need to go to Corthias. Oh, Northern Thanaland. Northern Thanaland, I could go this way, actually. You know, Orphan, now that you say it that way, it kind of does sound like it could be a sexual act. Don't want to tried others, but didn't really like them. Fair. Orphan, is this why is this the reason why you've been getting like condom ads? Because your mind just think Baja Blast is a sexual act? And so anyway, I just started Baja Blasting. You see, me and this girl met up at a bar last night. I took her back to my place, and then I go Baja Blasting all over her. Like, there you go. There you go. Gotta go all the way down to the other crystal. No, Backcap, that is not what she said. That is not what she said, Backcap. Little dogs, they are loyal, they're obedient. Don't complain about miniskirts. Again, is that also Full Metal Alchemist, the infamous episode that we all know? I need to rewatch that show. But Orphan, I'm assuming you only know of the one Baja Blast. Are you aware about the purple Baja Blast that's available? Like, there's a newer Baja Blast that, that's available, and I do like it. Yes. I'm assuming you mean, the Baja Blast you know of is that, cyan type of color Mountain Dew. But there's another Baja Blast recently. This is available at the Taco Bell. It's purple. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. Purple, yes. Well, thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through it. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret, thanks to that. To thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridium. So she's up here. Wait. Okay, I think she works for the Empire secretly. So she did not go this way. She did not go the route I did by going through Mordana and just down here. Because she passed through Blue Fog to get up here. So wait. She went to Korthias and did a loop through North Shroud. This is like the route she went. She went through North Shroud, Central Shroud, all the way down through South to end up in Thanaland, Eastern Thanaland, Edge, to Central, and then to North, to where we are now. She did one big loop. Okay. Hey, Shroob. Is there a pink one? Not that I'm aware of. Said before, sexual thing definitely said I could see the message. Ain't that drink with the balls in it? What's going on, Shroob? So I was asking you to do a sexual. I was thinking that's what you thought before learning about it. Yeah, Backcap, you're confusing things. How's it going, Shroob? Orphans, do you know what trip pants are? No, I don't. Shroob, Orphan just found out what Baja Blast is. And before finding out what it actually was, Orphan was saying that it sounds like a sexual act. A schmexual act. What the fuck is Baja Blast? First of all, that's not an H, it's a J. The J is silent. And it's a flavor of Mountain Dew. you get mostly exclusively at Taco Bell. We got a pair of trip pants for your birthday. If you knew what they were, you would understand how crazy it is. Yeah, I don't know what those are. What does Mountain Dew taste like? Mountain Dew tastes like the best soda ever made. That's a good question, Badcap. Damn, why'd I call you Badcap? I do that, I keep mistaking. I apologize. Crimson, I wish I could tell you what it tastes like. It's like, I don't know what it tastes like, but I just know I love it. Yeah, there's no Mountain Dew here in Omaha stores. I am not surprised. It tastes like low sperm count and heart issues. Yeah. Let's Taco Bell. Fake Mexican food. Mountain does the do. Puts in a can. Exactly. You explain Taco Bell to him? Good. It's fake Mexican food. It's Americanized Mexican food. Like, it's so not Mexican food that Taco Bell has been declined in Mexico twice. Mexican food made for Americans? Yes. Okay, what are these pants? Oh my god, all the belts. Look at all those belts. You're a Nomura character now. And there's zippers. It's a Nomura. It's perfect if you were doing anything Nomura designed. So big on you. Oh no. Well, Shroop, at least you have plenty of belts. It comes with plenty of them. I think you'll be fine. This wretch with the Royale, he threw himself at us, that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty to her own. The god's damn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. It's the waist just grow. You wanted a pair since you were 12, basically during your the edgiest of all edgy phases. The emo kid, yeah, there you go. Peak Hot Topic, you know? There we go. Got rid of the Magitech. Okay, I'm gonna need to do this again. Man, how come this one's more bulky? You got a James Sutherland plushie? Why? Maybe I should have focused on some other characters. Probably should have focused on a different character instead. Get rid of some of the ads. Oh, considering that this is actually the boss. Okay, well, not dying, so I gotta get rid of the rest. Troob is a true emo girl at heart. You can take the emo away from the age, but you can't take the emo away from the heart. Is that how the saying goes? It was never a phase. A lot of enemies here, actually. But I lost. Because I lost my Ilbert, I think. Just chugged a small bottle of water. Oh no, is water that bad? Drink it too fast, you might get sick. Going down the wrong pipe? Okay, I don't need to lower the difficulty. I just need to make sure to actually attack the other row. Can I skip? Yes. Alright, let's actually go after the ads first. And just leave her alone. Because she just wouldn't die. Ads? Where? Orphan's got PTSD about the ads that she's been getting on my streams. Keeps getting like, oh, not you. Keeps getting like condom ads and stuff. Kind of weird. Also kind of weird that like it's appearing on my ads of all, on my streams of all things. But only for Orphan. I think it might say more about Orphan than about the ads on my streams. Clothes to give my robot some clothes. I should get outfits for my character. That'd be fun. But you know what that costs? Money for artists. Or time. Time that I'm lazy to do. And also, I'm not the best artist. I'm slow. I'm lazy. And every time I try to draw, it never, my rough sketches never look like. I get discouraged, and then I just don't continue. But it would be fun to have outfits and toggle between them. That'd be cool. Maybe when I eventually get an actual model, we could do that. You beat me up. Why? Yeah, artist chat. Shrew is right here. But I should actually, you know, if Shrew's gonna make robot outfits for me, I should actually compensate her. Because isn't Shrew, didn't you say something like you're actually gonna start, like, opening up comms? Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like, my robot, like, can have a bunch of outfits. I view my the robot as something like Kirby. You know, just give a hat, and it works perfectly fine. You know. Duty failed. Oh my god. You got 3 back-to-back comms from friends. So you're like, yeah, screw it. Nice. Hey, might as well. I mean, just putting my character in a bunch of different outfits just fits so well. As Orphan and I were watching Trigun, I'm like, hey, how would you feel about my robot in Vash the Stampede outfit? And it seems to be a fun idea. I've made jokes about like me in the Alucard look, like Castlevania Alucard. Like, you could picture it. You could totally picture it. So that's not the problem. Cosplay robot? Yeah, thank you. At least someone understands. Okay. Okay, defeat her and her Imperial allies. Well, she wouldn't die, though. I had to take out everyone else. But there's just so many reinforcements. And let's at least set up this. Can you stop targeting my allies? Okay, let's get rid of the Death Claw. That might be part of the problem. Ooh, indeed. Corvo Robot? Well, okay, Shroom. Idea. If, at the same time, if I have Corvo Robot, you have to have Hyacinth Shroom. I think... Why you make robot into less character? It's not the robot. Yosh, it's the voice. I need to get back into the voice again. It's been a while since I've done a Corvo. Yosh. At this point, yeah, at this point, it's a running joke. Granblue, Fantasy Relink, Endless Record. Gotta warm up for it. Exactly. I can't just go straight into the Corvo. Not anymore. It's been a while. Very few opportunities to do a Corbeau voice, you know? I try. Not many opportunities, surprisingly. Get out of here. Set up this. So many mechs. Part of it, Shrew, was I was trying to think of exactly what to say. Because just going with a happy birthday or happy womb evacuation day, I just don't think is enough, you know? It's Corbo. It's not that simple. Part of me was just trying to think about it. Did I lose again? Okay, no, I actually won. I don't know why it worked this time. You've yet to get the character you're made fun of for. Ooh. Let's see. Yosh. Is it something like this? Gotta get back into it. Yes. I am the best. Yeah, I'm kind of getting back into it. It takes just a second. Just gotta do Eggman quotes. And that will be good enough. But first, we got a sponsor. Or I should say, ads. I know you're not the mushroom bad cap. I'm just trying to redo the voice. I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish. Droop, am I getting back into the voice enough? Let's see, we got 50 seconds of ads right now. Take your time to check your socials for a bit, because why not? Is it mushroom cap? Oh no. Mushroom cap. I mean, mushrooms do have caps. You dodged ads? For now. For now, anyway. I mean, mushroom cap are nice. People used to play DDR. Oh, that was, yeah. That's the Discord. We got 3, 2, 1. Ads. Should be done. Ads are done. At least they should be. Anyway. Let's see. Again, Shroop, part of it was... Wait, you had an ad, Shroop? You had an ad. I thought you were... Oh, okay. Never mind. Anyway, that's why I wait for the ads. Broke right now. Fair. I don't blame you. It's fine. You don't have to. I just know you don't like me anymore. Imagine having ads. Exactly. It's because I don't do Corbo enough. Just going to debt. Yosh, happy birthday to my least hated mushroom grunt. How's that, Shrew? I had to think of something that wasn't just a happy birthday. And with Corbo, least hated feels appropriate. You squealed? Okay. I'm honored. Perfect, thank you. Okay. Again, least hated felt appropriate as for Corbo. Binder and do it tight. Why was tight? Look at the it's what? Ooh, indeed. Again, the way tight is spelled there, it's slanted. Gotta say it slightly differently. You ever listen to the Corbo song with lyrics, maybe I said? Oh, dude, sure. There's a Corbo song with lyrics. Shroob, are you wanting me to do the voice with that song? That's now your headcanon for him? Yeah, it was like, tight. Put it in the music chat. I should actually use it. Good work, men. Oh, it was a while ago? I don't remember. Actually, check out the music check for once. I did at some point, but it was way after the fact.
You fool.
I shall hydrate. It was way after the fact. I did. She and her imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Third time's the charm, though. Yeah, use my own server, I know, right? Don't worry, son. I'm the same... That same creator also made a Hyacinth one? Okay, put them both in. I'll try to look into it after. I'm forgetful. I'm sorry. And sometimes I'll watch it, but then don't make a response. So it's like, Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members. One of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You are a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others? Sorry. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive, stealing, killing, and even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me as a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raoban himself was born into poverty, and as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we have been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin. And came back for more. Everything we had, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we are both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people who trust you have dragged through the gutter. We put both in there? Okay. I'll try to remember to take a look later. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raubon chose his. Oh my god, my volume was on the entire time. There was an echo this entire time.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raubon. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
My mom was on the entire time. If I did, it was on accident. I meant the volume was on the entire time. There was an echo. If I did say that, that's not what I meant. No, backcap. Apparently my volume on my monitor was on the entire time, so there was an echo. And either I said or Orphan misheard, I'm actually not sure. Orphan at least... Either I said or Orphan heard my mom was on the entire time. I don't know. You weren't entirely listening, so maybe you misheard. I'm gonna say Orphan misheard. Until the facts prove otherwise. Captain Ilberd and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raubon. And that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones, and appraise Minfilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that that Minfilia held Ryle in high regard, for better or worse. She will want to know how this tale ends. I shall let you go of tasks. Oh, here's one last task that I want you to do before I go. Would you kindly... I still haven't played a BioShock game. How interested would you want me to play BioShock? Because I hear good things about the 3 games. I've never played them. 100%? Okay. I don't own any of them. I'm pretty sure they're on Steam, but, you know, unless I get, like, a better computer, I'm better off getting PS3 copies. Or, actually, 360 copies. You can't play it, but you know it's good. Yeah. Would you kindly... Shroop, would you kindly get me a copy of BioShock on the 360? That way it can now be streamed. You see, if you know anything about BioShock, That's like the only thing I know about BioShock is that like it was like a the Would You Kindly was like some sort of hypnotic suggestion or something. You know, you've seen it. It's good. But there's guys named Big Daddy. How many of you in chat would be interested in seeing the Big Daddies from BioShock? Renewed ones on Amazon are expensive. Yeah, if I'm correct, especially 360 copies, they're probably not that expensive. I'm pretty sure they're actually not that spendy. Here, let me check price charting. See what they're actually going for. Considering that, most 360 stuff is actually just fairly cheap. Before I actually continue, I'm gonna look up BioShock. So, like BioShock? Ooh. Nice. It's like a game you become Big Daddy. So that means if I play the second game, once we're at that section, everyone in chat has to call me Big Daddy. That's clearly how it works. That's how the internet works. 360 copy for BioShock is like $9. BioShock 2, specifically, can we find 360? $8. Infinite. Infinite is $6. Why is that the cheapest? And I know people like Infinite. Hey Xander, how's it going? There's a BioShock collection on PS4? That might actually be better. Does that have all 3 games? BioShock collection might be the better route. Because that's like $15 to $20. PS4, and there's an Xbox One copy. Okay, yeah, that might be the better route to go. I didn't know there was a remastered collection. Just got out of appointment. Nice. I just fought Riala, who escaped prison.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino.
Then why am I here?
To think that Flame Marshal Ryu was the Garlean agent.
Ryu?
I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Are you really feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Are you really feeling it?
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Orosite, the miraculous material that will allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Orosite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength.
So we need to take the absorb stuff on from the stone and put it somewhere else that's more permanent.
Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
What happens if you break the stone while stuff is in it?
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm suggesting.
The
Not exactly,
only trouble
though.
is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Then use all of it.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Hydaelyn bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white Eorzea? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order. I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aura site. And I could do with some help. Eorzea, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
Oh, that's fine. I could do my studying at the Waking Sands, too.
Lady Nymphilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
I was joking! Freaking called it!
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland.
Just not exactly like word for word. Get a room. I know, right?
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye. Yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
So, what we're doing is side quests until the actual main plot gets progressed. Right? This kind of feels like a side thing. They're just like, it's going to take time to do research. Meanwhile, while we're doing research, you should just do this side thing. That may or may not actually have importance.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Did he pronounce it as Huayl? Is that how he pronounced it? Like, God, like, these names are so off, and then like, oh yeah, it's like Royale or something. It was like Huayl. Like, oh, okay. Thanks. You know, like, I wish there was a way to actually tell. Maybe more voice acting would be
We
nice.
have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the
Huayl.
14th.
also answer to a higher authority in Garlemald.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some silent letters in there that are not being shown.
But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the
Go ahead, have a good rest of your day, Badcap. Thanks for stopping by.
Its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, who opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve.
Just gonna point out, Cankers is so close to Clanker, I almost got offended there for a second. Those clankers who took from this land and give them not in return.
I know you can hear me, monitor and scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. They have purged this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
I shall have no further need of you this day, Your Grace. I fear that not even my named chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in the ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
I like how this is just like a girls' night in the in her private chambers, and Raubon's just like out, like missing out on like sweets and stuff. It's like, no, this is girls' night in here.
The solution was so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
Again, like, we got the city leaders here, except for Raubon.
This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness.
But,
it is the duty of a ruler to protect this right.
I'm just noticing something. Those teapots. I'm pretty sure a curved teapot spout like that is actually not that useful. Like, I think that actually just makes pouring it worse.
If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedless.
I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I think it would be harder to pour tea with a teapot spout like that. Oh, we got ads. I'll wait for those to play. Battle Royale. Got a minute 15 for ads. Take a moment to stretch, check your socials, and just, I don't know, go make a sandwich, I don't know. Do what you need to do. Just checking things. You know what I may do? That up. Let's go, I did not know there was a PS4 BioShock collection. Does it have all 3 games? Yeah, has all games. And all the single player DLC. Alright, there you go. that should be done. And I just took the time to add Bioshock Collection onto Throne, because why not?
Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Raban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Uldar.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Uldar to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you my intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Raban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is right, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but
how's
to
it going?
the people.
A lot of cutscenes right now, so just kind of let them play out.
Raban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Made a video about your mod update, mostly just design and building changes. Ooh, nice. That was a long set of cutscenes. At least in moments like that, you know, because I kind of struggle what to talk about, figuring out what to talk about sometimes. I could just kind of let the game speak for itself, you know? It's kind of nice sometimes. Even if I'm not the one talking. Are you here for me, or are you here for the game? It's hard to tell. Or my reaction to the game, but I just don't talk a lot. But I have to fill the silence somehow. Alright. I am most eager to address that Ashian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. Morrowind construction set really shows its age when you try to record it in words. The words are practically unreadable. That's hilarious. Is there a mod where you can maybe make the words more crisp? Or I'm assuming when you say words, you mean like text boxes, or do you mean like textures, like on signs or something? We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Minfilia, because I can't freaking pronounce that word, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. We are not the Crystal Blade. We're not the Crystal Braves, established for this very reason. True, we are presented with the multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Scottbot, in particular, is ever a steady hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have been wasting no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Ralbon needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest of developments and issues effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Morbreida's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Eorzea is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Scottbot, while we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alphinaud and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the mortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget, too, that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. It's probably a fan-made update, you imagine? You heard that changes quite a bit, so I better not mess with it. Fair. Very fair. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish to keep secret. Hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah's riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there's any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Yeah, this is one of those, like, we can't continue the main quest because we are busy researching. So while that's going on, do this side thing. That's kind of become important, but it's like two different plots we're jumping between. I wonder how far I'm actually am in this. Pleasure as always, Scottbot. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugees' hands a way back. So it happens we caught wind of something promising, or rather large purpose, of sharp and pointing things by black marketer holed up near High Bridge. His accent's a little bit off. Oh, it's the pirate one. Okay. I doubt that this man would have secured such quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Scottbot, didn't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to downtrodden and disgruntled. Which is it to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind? But if ye want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Yeah, it's the pirate guy. It's a lot easier to do to understand, to read the dialect when you're actually doing the voice. For some reason, I don't know why. I think it just puts you in the right mindset. Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Scottbot? I don't really have a choice. I will nod my head. Yes. Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at Highbridge, and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Alright. Okay. Time to go to Highbridge. And where's Highbridge at? Highbridge is in eastern Thanaland. You know what? I think I'm gonna teleport. Eastern Thanaland it is. I started playing Suikoden 1 yesterday. I wanted to tackle one of the games on the Switch backlog. Figure Suikoden 1 is a good one to start with because I definitely won't be playing Suikoden 2 back to back, you know? So at least play through Suikoden 1 to create a buffer. I know I'll be taking a break like in August for like 3 weeks, and I'm planning to tackle some of my other backlog for Switch games during that time. Probably Metroid Prime 4 will be one of the main ones I do. But I figured, yeah, let's just tackle some of the Switch backlog right now. And I decided against Dragon Quest III at the moment because it wasn't really that long ago since I played Dragon Quest III on stream. And also, I don't think there's much that's added in terms of content, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's still Dragon Quest III, you know? I've never played Suikoden, you know? Oh, Scottbot, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence. But they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Lalavier need have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Well, Pyrus, what's your next plan for your Morrowind mod? Like, what's the next thing you gotta work on? Now then, we should make for the Burning Wall. without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Scotbot. Yeah, I just haven't been playing this game that much on my own time. There doesn't seem to be that much for me to really work on in between streams. Like, normally I would spend a lot of time, like, crafting, but I can't really craft more than what I can right now. I mean, I could, but it's like... Actually, I don't know if I even have, like, some of the required control to do some of this. Even with the... can I even make treated spruce now? Lumber? Actually, when we look at some of the other ones. Can I make 2-star stuff? Yeah, okay, so I can make the treated spruce. I don't know. I just haven't been in... I just haven't felt the need. But, like, I see, like, 3 stars and 4 stars, and I'm like, I don't really feel the need. Like, I see stuff in here, but I don't think I can make a wolf arm ingot. It's 3 stars. I don't think I'll even have enough craftsmanship or control. But there really hasn't been anything for me to boost all that stuff unless I were to use food? I don't know. Maybe I should actually finish carpentry and see what I get. Just making more bounties. We're starting with the miscellaneous board. First, it's easier to do. If you feel one is good enough, you'll make it part of the main story one. But for now, just working on the miscellaneous ones for ideas. That's fair. And you were saying you were putting all the bounty, like, people to talk to in the same building, but you were running out of space? You probably don't need to keep them in the building. You could probably just have them, like, in the nearby town, just somewhere else. They don't have to hang out in the same building. But keep them in the building for testing purposes, but later on you could probably move them. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past to catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you dispose of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let's be off. Good luck, my friend. Unicorn. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool. You should have never come here. Oh no. I shall fight random thugs. And my chocobo is here to help me out. Oh no, I'm so scared. It's not like I'm over-leveled. Was just gonna add NPCs for flavor, but yeah, I was thinking of putting them outside since the building is on stilts and you can move some there. Yeah, just have some nearby buildings. Like, I'm assuming you just, like, made a small town, right? Or you can make a small town. Yeah, just have them in, like, nearby buildings. You could keep them in the main building just for testing purposes, so you don't have to be running around. But once you feel like it's all set up, like, perfectly fine, you could probably get away with actually moving them. Hell, do they even all need to be in the same town? I don't understand. What's this all about? Gah! Didn't even make a town. Just 2 buildings so far. I guess you could add barracks. I mean, at this point, you might as well just make a town. You see, you probably didn't even think you would make a town, but now that you kind of see the value of pretty much making your own town, probably it'd be easier to make one. Because so far the NPCs is getting a lot larger, isn't it? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked. And this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard. And to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Lolevere will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we not know how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking the party at Dusk Right Sellswords. We suspect they may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we are to aid them. They are in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet, even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Probably only going to make a small group of NPCs for the actual Bounty Hunter Guild. Better to have a handful of good NPCs than a bunch of mediocre ones. Yes, fair. And remember, you could probably get away with later bounties being requested by the same NPC. You know? But the only requirement is, like, you need to get past a certain point for that bounty to even unlock. You know? The same NPC will ask you to do another one. But I agree. Having fewer, more well-rounded NPCs is better than having every NPC give you a side quest, but it's all just, get this cat out of the tree. Okay. Thanks for saving my cat. And then you get a small reward. You're like, eh. I'll join the first in their hunt for the Dusk Right Sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you to deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the Third's Yu Hase. He will take care of the rest. So I need to go to Ul'dah. Where in Ul'dah? Okay. Ul'dah is like kind of close. I'll just go there. By flight. No need to teleport. But yeah, since if I'm correct, you're adding bounties, but the unlock requirement is after certain journal entries, correct? That's probably the way to handle it. That'll probably gate off progression of bounties, of tougher bounties, I should say. The quests are all tied through the same NPC for sure. Read the notes and go to dispatcher for lack of a better word. Confirm the bounty, then do the bounty, come back, but adding a little side items you can bring back to this dispatcher for more loot. Ooh. So basically, if you go above and beyond in your bounty hunt, you get a little extra dialogue. Maybe even a better reward. So, what is that in my... Oh, right. Oh, I also don't need this. I probably don't actually need that. We'll go into Ul'dah from this side over here. Poor Odo Atkins. May he rest in peace. Is that an NPC that you had? And I get it, Frodo Baggins, but you just got rid of the first letter in each one. Huh? Very clever. Okay, come on, game. Can you load? Game. There we go. I think... Oops. That's my problem, it's I'm thinking. I shouldn't be thinking. Okay. I think it'll be faster if we just walk If we just walk. I don't think teleporting to the other one would actually save time. Especially with my loading times. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend of the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Corthias. Now, what brings you to us this day? Just a corpse. He carries the ring of the one item you could return to Bagot, the guild for loot. Ah, he failed in his quest. I was also thinking maybe some of the bounty hunters have a personal request after you complete some bounties. Or after you reach a certain rank. That's a good item. That's a good idea. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say. Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be far greater quantity of weapons. A bladed falsehood. Clearly, Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dahn merchants. Who would ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are? We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. You have no further needs of us. Then I shall take my unit to the Ceruleum processing plant. Time for the folk to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Ariane, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. We got ads. I shall wait. I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, actually. I am back. Ads, we got 30 seconds. 30 seconds of ads. Shall wait. Before we continue plot. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ads should be done by now. Let's see. Shall continue this. Scopbot, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. Again, I find it easier to read different accents in text if I can actually pull off the voice. Or if I can actually pull off the accent. I don't know. I find it a lot easier. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and Captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk waits they were chasing. Latest word that they lost the trail, or that we lost the trail. But ye never saw 'em yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, gods damn it! I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurance that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate ye lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Do we have a mole within the Braves already? Scotbot, do you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. I will teleport. Yeah, I'm more willing to teleport since I'm capped on money anyway. Anytime now, game. Can you load? Game. There we go. Alright, so I could go straight in, not have to load that. Okay, Tataru, what is it? Thank you for coming so quickly, Scotbot. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications. Oh? What is that we're setting up? Our guest is with the Attestant in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Oh, it's you.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have.
I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthin Rhine, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard-Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
Are we actually going to be fighting Midgard-Soma?
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Eorzea has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard-Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard-Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Sure. I don't get a choice.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
We gotta fight a bunch of Durgans. Or lesser Durgans, I should say. They're worms. Worms, the lesser Durgan. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I will ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Eorzea stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Balsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory was foregone conclusion. But an unlucky ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard-Soma, legendary guardian of the Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of the Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Great Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a consistent reminder of the fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Amaric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourselves. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Sounds like we're finally going to be accessing a new dungeon soon. Finally, progress. Okay, come on. Yeah, the lake should be on the right. Game. Come on. Don't do this to me. There we go. This is what I get for playing PlayStation 4. But it's what I have to do. It is what it is. I was wondering why there's like a bunch of wreckage here, but so this was a bigger lake. Yeah, there's the wreckage. You can definitely tell which script names are yours. Dwarven LARPer's paper script. Wait, what? You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from the Castrum Sentry, come and go, from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supplies lines have been cut for some time, and I wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here it seems rather unlikely. But if it's the assurance they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I advise more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I say. There we go. Finally got a new dungeon. I was wondering when we get this. And we could do this with NPCs. Takes longer, but hey, you know, I don't have to worry about missing like any sort of boss fights or anything. Can also take my time and explore all the dead ends if needed. The Keeper of the Lake. Alright. Time to go through new dungeon. Seems pretty simple. We got a bunch of giant enemy crabs. Might as well use that, because why not? I don't know, but I probably shouldn't do that. Takes too long to recharge. on moving. There's just not much to really say about this, you know? There we go. Hey, Irie, how's it going? Been a little bit. How much farther did you get in Kingdom Hearts yesterday? Son of the Keeper. Yeah, just got access to the Keeper of the Lake dungeon, so doing that. You finished Olympus for now. Nice. So, now that you finished Olympus, you saw the cutscene with Hades and Maleficent? So, Kingdom Hearts 1 actually is more open than you think. And if you do things out of order, cutscenes can change or just be cut entirely. So, if you come back and do Olympus after Hollow Bastion, specifically after you defeat Maleficent, that cutscene will not play. Well, because, you know, you killed Maleficent, so she can't show up. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 is actually way more open, and the cutscenes change a lot. I respect Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot with what it was trying to do. Definitely planning on playing it again when you finish the first time. Yeah, if you beat... So let's say you wanted to do it all, like, in one go. If you beat... Deep Jungle first, as your first world. Then save Olympus for after Hollow Bastion, just so you can see that cutscene is like completely skipped. Yeah, do Deep Jungle first. Then you'll see that the princess that they capture is Snow White and not Alice. I mean, they still capture Alice, but that's not what you see in the cutscene. That's really cool to do that. So, also, you know how there's dialogue that, when you fight against, the mysterious figure in post-game, Sora does have dialogue there. But they didn't record new dialogue. They took that dialogue from somewhere else in the game. And that somewhere else is actually... Wait, where am I going? Here we go. Sorry. That somewhere else is actually taken in Monstro. I have no clue what I'm doing. Oh, those are bombs. Got it. Okay, I did that wrong. Yeah, so, if you play Monstro, like, let's just say you randomly end up in Monstro on accident and you have no intention to do that. By the way, you don't need high jump. You don't need high jump for anything, at least for main story. If you end up in Monstro and just leave, save Monstro for after Hollow Bastion. Then, when you go and do the Monstro stuff, what will happen is, the Riku dialogue is completely different. Because it's after Riku's, like, possessed by Ansem. And hell, some cutscenes don't even play, as well. I did a run, where I saw this too, so that's how I know some of it. Okay, so to avoid the blast, I need to go over here. if I also remember correctly, Riku doesn't even help you out against the first parasite cage as well. And because he's not there to help you out, that cutscene's different as well. I'm not saying the cutscene's better, but it's different. Yeah, those are the only changes that I know of off the top of my head. There might be a couple more. I shall hydrate. Also, Ari, do you know about the Pinocchio cutscene in Traverse Town? It's easily missable. You do not. Okay. Once you have to do Traverse Town a second time, where you beat Opposite Armor. If I remember correctly, after you beat Opposite Armor, but before you leave the world, go into the accessory shop. And there's a cutscene where you reunite with Pinocchio. Or Jiminy does. It's missable because I think either once you leave the world or once you get to Monstro, you miss out on that. For sure once you get to Monstro. It's not much of a cutscene, but it's there. Again, I respect Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot more once I found out about all these like missable or changed cutscenes, because they actually expected you to do things out of order, or the possibility to do things out of order. I mean, that's all I can think of at the moment, though. If there is more, I don't remember. But how you join your replay of Kingdom Hearts 1? And you're playing Final Mix, so you'll have all the extra stuff available. You don't remember it out because you didn't play every world? Oh, really? What worlds did you skip? You played the Deep Jungle and a bit of Wonderland, but you gave up because you were too confused. Oh! So you barely played the game. I thought you played the game all the way through before. And here I am saying, like, Hollow Bastion, when you don't know what that means. Okay. My bad. I thought you played the game all the way through before. Don't mind spoilers or anything. I'm just taking notes when you play it, when you finish this time. Okay. It's fine. But yeah, I guess what I brought up against the mysterious figure, there's a bonus boss fight that was added in Final Mix that was not in the OG Kingdom Hearts 1. And you notice that when they add stuff in Final Mix, a lot of the times it's just, during the cutscene, it's just text on screen and there's no voice acting. But in Kingdom Hearts 1, there's a bit where Sora does respond to the mysterious figure. But, you know, that dialogue is actually from Monstro if you do Monstro after Hollow Bastion. I know that doesn't really mean much to you, but that's actually where the dialogue is used, because for the longest time I didn't know why it was voiced. Also, when you did Olympus, you lost to Cloud, and because of that, I think you miss out on getting an ability early. You clap your ass. Yeah, it did not take long. Which is fine. Cloud is actually pretty tough. We're getting ads soon. I'm gonna have to find a good place to, like, stop moving. Okay. This is... Ooh. I can continue for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think it's a permanently missable ability. I think you just get it early if you manage to beat Cloud. But yeah, I don't know if you know this, but the original release of there was the original release of Kingdom Hearts 1 in Japan. Then, when it came over in America, we added a couple boss fights. We added the boss... actually, I shouldn't spoil... Well, you said you don't care about spoilers. We added a super boss that's in Agrabah. I'll say that. And I believe we added one more. It might have been Sephiroth. Then Japan sees all that, be like, oh no, they have more stuff than we do. We can't have that. We need to do another re-release. So that way, Japan can have all this cool stuff. And then what they decide to do is add more to it. More super bosses. More Keyblades. New Heartless. And it's like, thanks. And we never got that for like 15 years. Until the collection on PS3. I remember seeing online there was a cutscene where Cloud and Sephiroth actually meet up and fight each other after you beat Sephiroth. Be like, I don't remember this cutscene. Well, it's in Final Mix. It's like, oh, when is Final Mix ever going to get here? It will not. You're going to be waiting 15 years. Ads were playing that entire time, my bad. Normally, I even brought it up earlier, and then I just kind of got in the zone. My bad. Yeah, true. Irie's currently playing some Kingdom Hearts, actually. Hold on. You know what? I forget to do this. There we go. I forget to do this stuff sometimes. Go follow Irie. Are you playing anything else other than Kingdom Hearts, or is it just, are you just focusing on Kingdom Hearts right now? I keep forgetting to do stuff like that, so just now popped in my head. Warframe. That's a PvP game, right? I think did I download it and try it out at one point with a friend? I don't remember. Not that you know of having played. Okay, so Warframe is something else. Did I download Warframe at one point? I don't remember. Because that sounds familiar. A lot of story and a lot of farming for frames. I see.
Treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet.
Okay, Red Eyes Black Dragon. Sorry to disturb you.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
So it's Red Eyes Black Dragon, but Leviathan. Right? This is kind of a Leviathan. Midgar Sommer. Wait. Oh. Get out of range. Okay. I wasn't used to that blue color. It looked strange. It is a cool looking Durgan. Considering it's like the spirit of Midgar Somar, though. Can I, like... Can I not target that? Okay. I thought I could. Getting some of my favorite parts of the game. That's cool. It's just like, a lot of the time, this plot is just kind of, okay, you're going to focus on this thing. Oh, you can't continue this thing because we need to do research. Go do this other thing that kind of doesn't seem like it actually matters until it becomes important. Kind of feels like it's jumping around a lot. Wait, what is that? What's he charging up for? How do I avoid that? You would say it gets better, but that still happens a lot. Oh, goody. Okay, so he could... Okay, I think I understand what that meter is. You know, I chose this game because I wanted another multiplayer game, right? But I don't know, like, it kind of feels like it's not... maybe it's just timing and all that, based on when I stream. But it really hasn't been much multiplayer, if that makes sense. Mostly just been single-player stuff. And even with during single player stuff, it's just, you know, go talk to this guy. Go do the thing. You know. Oh, oops. Do that right. I don't know. I think part of me is just like thinking that like as this is supposed to be like a multiplayer thing, and it hasn't been really been either I haven't been or the game hasn't been doing a good job of making it a multiplayer thing. Okay. Finish this off. Read that here in a second. There we go. The multiplayer aspect is dungeons, trials, raids, and like overworld fates. There's never a main story quest part that requires you to do with other players, minus dungeons. Yeah, I get it. I just need something multiplayer related, and this is like, this was almost my only option. Yeah. And so far there hasn't really been a reason for me to go back to other dungeons to even do multiplayer to grind. Not really. It's not like I had to grind for a piece of equipment. There's a part of me that's thinking after I'm done with the story arc to maybe swap to something else. I've been kind of thinking about it lately, but I don't know what.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Again, not that I'm disliking the game, but more like I think it's for my streams. I want something multiplayer related, but it hasn't really been that good of a replacement for it. Because before this, I had Monster Hunter. The only reason you farm dungeons, besides for the first time doing it, is either glamour tomes or you need gear. Mm-hmm.
I shall listen.
I'll let this cutscene play.
Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
Try to possess me.
To me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
I shall harm thee. Oh no, the crystals are losing their power! I shall not harm thee. I shall weaken your power, though. Ion Release 2 releases around September this year. Could look into that if it's something you're interested in. What's Ion 2?
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
Again, like the game I was playing before when I had the multiplayer stream was Monster Hunter World, and that I was doing even when I was doing single player content. Like, a lot of people were able to just jump in the middle of it, and the battles were more interesting, I guess. MMO coming out, another free one like Lost Ark, Throne and Liberty. I don't know if an MMO is the right answer. It's hard to tell. Larry. It's really hard to tell. Oh, oops, my bad. I did not mean to double tap.
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Damn it, he debuffed me.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Now I will kill you. A little Durgan. Is this a new pet?
Covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence of mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
Did I get a new minion? Oh, I have to check. But yeah, the multiplayer game I played before this was Monster Hunter World, and I think that did a good job as a multiplayer game. Even when I was just mostly focusing on story, someone could just jump in the middle of it and just help me out with the giant monster. You know? Like, it was a lot of fun. Even if I had to grind for material, for armor, it was still fun to refight a monster. You may summon Midgar somewhere by selecting corresponding entry within Minion Guide. We got Midgar Silmar! Oh, I love it. got a new minion. Actually, if we just do this. Oh, I love it. We got a little Durgan. Got a little Durgan. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? But you shouldn't waste time talking to me. Alphanod left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. I get it though. 14 is something I see more for story when you were going through it. The multiplayer aspect hits harder when you're doing endgame stuff like Extreme, Savages, Ultimates. Because those you have to do with other players. Yeah, it was kind of like when I had to do Crystal Tower. But that only really works when you've basically done everything already, you know? You've already done everything, so now all that's left is multiplayer stuff. For me, with Monster Hunter, when I was playing through it, multiplayer can just be something someone can jump in at any time and help out. And I chose this because I could boot it up on the PlayStation 4. That's part of it. Yeah, I could have put it up on Steam, but I couldn't really stream it. I also don't really have any multiplayer games, to be fair. I don't have many. The idea with Monster Hunter was like, okay, I could do story stuff, but if someone wants to play, they could just jump in at any time and we just do multiplayer. Well, that's still kind of the case here. Maybe it's other people's schedules or not. That just hasn't really been a... That just hasn't really hit the same as it did with Monster Hunter. So I don't know, part of me's thinking that maybe after we're done with this storyline, maybe drop this, even if it's for a little bit, and find something else. I don't know, I'm still kind of... something I've been thinking about lately. Because, like, I don't think this has been doing what I've been wanting it to do, to replace it with, you know what I mean? Praise the 12 that you hail and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Emeric's request. Get that. And I'm pretty sure another MMO is probably not going to solve that. Unless the structure of that MMO is just completely different. And also, the MMO would have to be available for me, like, on, like, PlayStation 4 or Switch. Just for me to be able to, you know, stream it. Unless it's just for fun. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgar Somar? The Midgar Somar? I swear, were anyone else makes such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has, in sooth, lain dormant in these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more of a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgar Somar in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of the Dravian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you are not telling us, Kappa? You seem different somehow. This is almost as if you are missing something. Something important. 12 Forfend? Miss Midgar Somar stripped you of your blessing of the light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgar Somar made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came to existence, so too did the Great Worm. Atheic and Nemea, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgar Somar ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hadolin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have the opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? Did I go fate or fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hand, mortal?
Scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Heloni for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Start writing another quest now. Just gotta get working on the interior. Nice! What's the quest gonna be like, Iris?
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Yeah, I just can't think of another game that's multiplayer that kind of fits the void that what Monster Hunter was doing. I think after Monster Hunter, I did a little bit of Fortnite, for 2 or 3 weeks, and it was fine, but I don't know, it just doesn't really fit typically with what I play, because I do a lot of RPGs and story stuff, right? When it's just PvP, it doesn't necessarily fit for me. It was fine, though. So I just can't... I just having trouble of what multiplayer game could fill the same shoes other than just another Monster Hunter. I could do Rust, but that's all. You have to really like those types of games. Here's the thing, Irie. So I went to Monster Hunter One, because I wanted something multiplayer. Two, it was actually similar in gameplay to... It was Bloodborne at the time. It's like, oh yeah, it's just Bloodborne, but except it's all boss fights. And not as tough, you know. It's tough, but not nearly as tough. And multiplayer. But, like, it had a story mode for sure. But it was a story mode where, one, like, fighting the monsters was more interesting visually, I guess. Instead of just the fighting that's here. And two, someone can jump in at any point and we do quests. Whether we work on my quests or just some other multiplayer stuff, it's something that someone could just randomly jump in and do. Like, it kind of works both ways. This one is definitely, even though it's an MMO, definitely really... It's still kind of single-player focused for the most part, especially when you're starting fresh. So, to me, Irie, it's like, I want something to kind of fill a similar void to Monster Hunter. Not necessarily in, like, full gameplay, mind you, because I could just get another Monster Hunter at some point. But, yeah, I don't know. The Ishgardians have warred about the Dravians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. If you do like Warframe, that is a game where you can have an open party, so when you hop into a quest, anyone that is doing it can join if you have an open party. I think I downloaded Warframe on PS4 before, so that could be an option. What's the structure of the game? Like, I'm assuming there's a story mode, but what exactly are you doing? Yet, regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgar Somar who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such a time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Like, to me, like, I could boot up something like Fortnite or, like, Overwatch or something, but to me, like, I don't know, that's more of... I don't even know if I could play consistently. Like, even as a once-a-week thing. To me, there's only so much focus that I would only play it 2 or 3 times and then want to move on to something else. Ads. Deal with the ads first. Battle Royale. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds of ads. Okay, 45 seconds. There are a few... Okay. You're going to different planets and doing quests on each section. Story's pretty good. It is an FPS, though. That's not necessarily the issue for me. But they do have melee frames if you don't like the shooting aspect. Okay. There are a few solo questing sections, but it's mostly multiplayer. Keep your party open so when you do anything, you get randoms in it. Okay. You're doing quests on each section. Are you, like, doing upgrade? Like, are you upgrading your character in any way, like, by doing these quests? Because in Monster Hunter, you could repeat quests because you want to fight the monster and get their parts so you can make better armor, right? And weapons. That was part of the multiplayer aspect. I'm going to continue this. At the very least, I want to continue, like, this main campaign stuff at the very least, but I've just been kind of debating. Because this isn't necessarily filling the shoes that I was having Monster Hunter do. You know? Not in the same way. Yeah, I forgot. I believe Moon Breda has requested gathering of the Scions. I assume there have been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ashians. Pray inform her that our business is with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be alone since I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. In fact, there was a moment where I was considering, what was it? I think I was considering Genshin, actually. Instead of this. Every time you fight in-game, you are upgrading your frame and weapons through EXP. Then there are stages to strictly farm out frames. And to get prime frames, better versions, you do relic farming. If you have a full party, you have more options to pick from at the end of the mission. Okay. So again, it's a very, like, you can do it single player, but if you have an open lobby, randoms can jump in at any time. Can you set it as a password instead? Like a closed room, but if you have the password. Because when I was playing Monster Hunter, I just pinned the password in the chat. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful. Because Ashians are next on the menu. Let's head to the Solar, shall we? And back in there we go. It's something to think about. Party is public. Friends invite clan or solo. Okay. I guess in this case, I would have to basically just have it as public.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So,
as you know,
its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white Eorzea has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
Gonna lurk. Gonna smash your face into Warframe with the board. Later tonight, you'll post a bit more about Warframe in the Discord to see if you might fight what you're looking for. Thank you, Irie. Have a good time playing Warframe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether.
The other idea is to drop the multiplayer stream idea for now until something pops up later. That would be the other idea.
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White Eorzea can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that White Eorzea cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land. If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona. Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A mile away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Okay.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
Again, how are you gonna do this?
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that. But no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanaland? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yestola, in the meantime I would have you assist Noonbrida. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white Orsite.
Thank you, Eorzea. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Also, maybe part of me is just feeling the burnout for this game already. Maybe that's also part of it. Granted, it took me a long time for me to get burnout with Monster Hunter. I don't know. 'Twould seem the events have once more conspired to rob us of the rest and recuperation. Though I wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed into the area, and await the arrival of the Scions. We'll brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at our headquarters in Ulda. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flahamin travels to Ulda, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. I think exteriors are your weakest part. It's hard to make something look like it belongs there. Yeah, that's fair. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it's my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If the past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present an ununited front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Ashia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ulda has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah. Woe betide the blackguard that so much glares at your direction, milady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? So now we need to go to the processing plant, and that is northern Thanaland. It's nearby, so we'll just head straight there. Yeah, maybe I'm just feeling a little bit burnout. Maybe I'm just kind of thinking that this isn't filling the same void as what Monster Hunter was doing as a multiplayer game. So I don't know. I was thinking, oh, it's free to play. But even ignoring that, it's really just dungeons, and even though we just did a dungeon, there really isn't much reason for me to go back in there right now. So, yeah, it's not really serving the same purpose. And basically the multiplayer is only in the dungeons. More or less. Again, I can't really think of many multiplayer games that could probably fill the same void. I could maybe look into something else. Maybe I also just need to maybe bench the whole multiplayer streams idea for a while until something else pops in. Hell, if I do get a PS5, I could then pick up the newer Monster Hunter, and then I could do that. Unless I need PlayStation Plus for it, because I don't want to pay for that. Because of the whole Sony stuff, I don't want to support that. Actually, because the new Monster Hunter is, oh, what would you call it? Because the new Monster Hunter is cross-platform, do you need PlayStation Plus to do multiplayer? It requires PlayStation Plus? Oh, great. That was part of the reason why I wanted PS5. Yeah, I don't want to support Sony. Especially not that way. Like, I use PS5 is one thing, but paying for PlayStation Plus is now not really something I really want to do. Even if I get, like, well, the other option would be Monster Hunter Rise, and I could get that on Switch, I believe. So you don't play too many modern games these days? Yep. I don't know. Commander Lovier sent word that you be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since the disaster with the Eorzea. But returning to the task at hand. Again, the other thing with Monster Hunter is to just save up for a Steam machine instead and then play Monster Hunter through that, but we know the prices of the Steam machine, so that's not, I don't think that's really an option for me right now. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein, that we may coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. The other thing to consider is just maybe drop the idea of multiplayer streams at the moment until I find something that fits. I at least plan to finish this main campaign for 14, though, at the very least. I don't know, maybe it's just a combination of multiple things. I want to check something. Do you need PS Plus for Monster Hunter? What's the new one? Wilds. Oops. You probably do. but I want to double check. You need PlayStation Plus to online multiplayer full retail version of Monster Hunter Wilds on PS5. Game is fully playable offline single player without description. You can invite friends via SOS flares even if your subscription has expired. Oh, the open beta, you didn't need PlayStation Plus. Yeah, wanted to double check. That's part of the reason why I want a PS5 version, but yeah, maybe I have to bench that idea. Because I am positive a Steam copy wouldn't run that well on stream. Again, on stream, specifically. I mean, could always try, but I don't know. Lieutenant Molligold, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices, the devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubled news that the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving in the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take the field and meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow Scions on the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining in the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alanine, and send your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Nope. Not. Nope. Damn it! There we go. Glad to have you with us, Scottbot. I am sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained the Garleans have deployed a small force from the Castrum Meridian. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamong Talons, and we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the force should have little trouble containing with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ulda, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses, and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces, and safely engage with the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You are with the third then, Warrior Light. Your job is to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you are ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yu Hase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. You know, if I were to drop the whole multiplayer stream idea at the moment, do you think Yakuza would be a good replacement? I mean, obviously, if I'm dropping the entire multiplayer stream idea, and Yakuza be like a something to work on, like once a week, whether it's story or side quests related. I don't know. I'm just throwing out options. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves up to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all of these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned to you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when your task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Okay. Ads in a minute, but now go this way. Oh no, a giant mech! Defeat the next Imperial squad, which is up here. Which we got ads here in a second. Right about now. Okay, we got ads. Minute and a half. Take a second to just take a break then. Check your socials and stuff. See what's going on. The mount can fly no higher. Bullshit. That's a lie. I don't understand why it's that. Oh, wait, it says it can fly no higher when that's actually the case. Or that's not the case. Whatever. Okay. 30 seconds of ads left. Okay. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Chat should be done. Or ads should be done, I should say. And I shall continue this. Gotta find another Imperials. Oh no, report. Never mind. It was just the two. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take it to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the Castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be happy, man, if I ever had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Alanine know the West is now clear. I would appreciate if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Lieutenant Molligold, what news of the Garleans? The raiding parties are no more, then. Excellent! The Amangina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. Okay, something might be happening. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alanine has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogaden lady with the large axe. 'Twould appear she has chosen to remain at the side of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalin is no place to wander alone. Even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Eorzea never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting.
Yeah, what's the plan here?
Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether. Which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan. Keeper of knowledge. Seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh no, it can stop an axe with one finger.
Do settle down.
That's how strong he is.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken.
So Midgar Somar just made things worse.
Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
So, if we didn't investigate Midgar Zomar, that wouldn't have happened?
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tuximati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Oh no, time to rush back. By rush back, I mean not even teleport. We shall fly! We shall do it the bird way. We fly! Gotta rush back to Mordona. Things are happening. You know, when we're hitting a lot more of the voiceover cutscenes, you know that we're kinda in like the last third of the story. That's when the real stuff is really happening, where they feel the need to do a lot of voiceover. There we go. And we are here. Takes a bit. Oh no, the staff may be stolen. If only I can open the door. There we go. Frick. It only takes 10 minutes. You're here. Took you long enough. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Conveniently, no one's here. Or no one else is here. Was that a little bit of audio stutter right there? Kinda was. That was weird.
So,
you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they pleased, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Again, we have to blame Midgar Somar for this.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Dead.
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Oh no, the same portal in Kingdom Hearts 2! Keep using darkness portals.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Oh, another dungeon. Okay. I think we could do that. Yeah, there we go. It might just be a boss fight, though. So, let's see if we can get this going. We might be waiting here for a while. Take the time to stretch while I wait. Might be sitting here for a while. But yeah, honestly, like, if we're talking about a game that kills, I don't know if you want to call it kills time, but gives a bunch of options, even if it's not multiplayer related. And I have Yakuza. I kind of like, right now with my backlog, there just isn't really a good time to bring in Yakuza. Maybe make that a Wednesday stream and just kind of drop the multiplayer for a little bit. I don't know. Might be an option. Because part of me is thinking, well, if I'm not going to do multiplayer and just kind of do my own thing for a little while, what do I replace it with? I mean, I could put Fire Emblem back in and continue that on Wednesdays and try to make progress there. I mean, that's a decent use of it. But other than that, I don't have much. Other than just starting new stuff altogether. Even if it's like smaller games. I don't know. Wonder if I should be Paladin. Maybe it'll go faster. But let me check something. Ah, so close. I can almost get another set of armor of like this armor set, the Ironworks. Probably get it for Paladin. I almost can afford another set. I don't really know. It's just something I've been kind of thinking about here and there lately. I got time to think. Definitely have time to think. We'll see how long this actually takes me. Item level 110, but a weapon 50. Let's see. That could be useful on like Paladin or something. Well, maybe not Paladin. Maybe I give it to like one of my other classes if I'm gonna upgrade Paladin next anyway. By the way, I have these material because they're rewards from some Dalmalgia quest lines. Don't need that. Right, I gotta make all these. I'm gonna clear out my inventory a little bit. Right, money. I have all this money, but not really a reason for me to actually utilize them. Thought I'd be spending a lot more money. I don't even think I need this anymore either. I needed the one. I don't... Well, maybe I do. I don't know. I would have to look into... the other... Oops. I would have to look into the other Relic Reborn stuff. I'm still working on Black Mages as well. Right, I don't have it at the moment. I have to do the raids. I gotta do like one more raid. And I could pretty much finish Black Mage weapon. She's Moonbreda is just like, you must go into the Crystallis and help Menphilia. I'm like, okay, I'm trying. What are you waiting for? I can't form a party right now, you know? It's taking some time. Oh, look, a paladin. Or A tank, sorry. Not necessarily a paladin. We got a tank. That's a good sign. That's a good start. Still gotta wait. Anything going on YouTube late, while been streaming? Probably not. Not really anything that important. Yeah. I'm thinking, depending on how long this will take, if we could get into this... Oh, nope. The tank left. Thinking if we can get into this, this will probably be the last thing we do today. You know what? How many missions do we have left? 14 mission list, maybe? Let's try a main scenario quest. Realm Reborn through Endwalker. Okay, that's not really going to help. Can we... Oh, great. Okay, that's not going to help. So Realm Reborn is approximately 240 quests based on this. There's a list, isn't there? Isn't there like a actually, isn't it here? Here we go. The problem is that is not helping. Did a lot of these already, but okay, we got another tank in the team. Okay, so it's 7th Astral Era scenario quest. Oh, and these had to be added in through patches, so it was like periodically. Let's see. On the counter-offensive. Ground speed increase, Aether Current. Am I too far down? Oh, I'm in Heavensward. Okay, hold on. There's Snow Cloak. Okay, here we go. The Crystallis. I'm actually fairly close. Okay, and I think I just spoiled myself on one thing that's going to happen after this, but even so, I'm fairly close. I think it's possible. I don't want to... I think if I just focus on story next week, we might be done with this plot, with this story set. We might be completely done. And here I was thinking, maybe I'll drop it. Drop Final Fantasy XIV at least for a bit. Well, maybe next week. It would be Heavensward, but I'm like, if I am considering putting this on the bench, then I don't want to start Heavensward. That's for sure. It'd be a weird thing to do. got another DPS, but we need another tank and we need another 2 of each. This is the annoying part, isn't it? At least this is one thing that was... Oh, here we go. This was one thing about Monster Hunter. I didn't... Well, for the longest time, I did not need multiplayer. So anyone just decided to jump in when needed. This one is like, no, you need multiplayer periodically, and you're just sitting there waiting. The Chrysalis. Okay, are we fighting you specifically, or are you summoning someone? Nope, we're fighting you specifically. Alright. Hell, I might buy new equipment after this. Talking about giving it to my paladin. Okay. Am I supposed to do something? Sprite. Okay. Oh no, Black Mage is dead. I don't know what I'm doing. I think we're just supposed to wait. Oh no, I was just forced to take damage. Do another combo, then I'll reset the power up. Ads? Oh no, nothing I can do about that. I gotta just keep going on this one. Oops. Wrong move. Missed. I gotta set up the damage over time move. Triple. Oh, he's using... I just noticed he's using double and triple. He's using Final Fantasy VIII stuff. Oh, great. Just can't do anything. there's that shadow sprite there. Oh my god. Well, I'm just slowed down a bit, that's all. Okay, I ate some damage. Where are you? There you are. I really hope he doesn't do that big move again where we're just waiting like 10 minutes for us to attack him again. Where is he? Am I supposed to go into the portal? Oh, okay. Supposed to wait in here? Ow! Okay, I guess we did not know what we were doing. I didn't know what I was doing. Am I dead? What happened? Oh, okay. I bet some people are really annoyed about, like, me not knowing what's going on. Alright, there we go. That is done. At least I didn't actually fully die. I think we'll do the next little mission. Because I think I spoiled myself on what it was.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
Oh no, true villain shows up. He's back.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
So we're gonna use this now.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
trickery is this? No. No. Cannot. No.
Okay. Do we have the means to kill him? It's only temporary.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
I love the voice they gave him.
Please.
Kind of makes me think Skeletor a little bit.
Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now. The choice you made in death. There is life. Farewell, Eorzea. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
Introduce a character just to kill her off.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Get out of here. Also, we destroyed the entire crystal itself. Let's hope we don't need more. We need more.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
I mean, there's more Ascians, but still. We got one of them.
This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Winfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does
Just happened, so no.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady.
How? Were you listening in?
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good.
The greater good.
This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered, and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
I have a lot of heavy moments right now. kind of a lot of cutscenes too, so it's kind of hard to really find a moment to really say much, you know? Never have I seen Eorzea so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moonbrea's life and mourn her passing. I think we'll do the next mission because I think it's still tied to Moonbreda. Oops. Yep, in memory of Moonbreda, so we'll do this one. As Moonbreda was a native to Charlian, I feel it's only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found in Rathfrost. It's sacred to the Talik, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall play for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. And where is that? Just woke up, Orphan? And I am actually getting close to wrapping up after this after this quest. Oh, okay, it's over there. Got it. You see, Moonbreda, the one that's been talking about, you know, using the crystal to seal the souls in and kill, just died. So, it is what it is. Orphan, do you have the full, like, blue flower badge? No, you gotta do a little bit more, right? It's not done yet. Did you? I know you completed the one before that, the pink one. Do you still have it? One more level, I see. You still have the pink one, right? Okay, okay. Interesting. Because I don't have, like, any of those badges on anyone else. I don't watch streams too often. There's the pink one. Okay. And each one is, like, very temporary to get. And it's like a per stream basis, too. Or per streamer basis, I should say. We'll probably keep that going for a little bit. And who knows how long it'll fully last. You bought a One Piece game, originally $99 for $9. Ooh, that's cool. Which One Piece game was it? World something? Okay. What system? Xbox. Oh, we're going with, like, early One Piece. Okay.
Forgive me, Moonbreda. Had I been quicker or wiser...
Wait, was there any One Piece games on Xbox?
But I was not. And you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it.
2019, okay. I see.
And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
World Seeker. Okay.
Other bargains will be struck.
Oh, I think this one. It looks like it's on PS4. Complete copy is only like $15. How about Xbox? Is it rare on Xbox or something? World Seeker. World Seeker, Xbox One, 15. You say it was $100? How was it $100? Is it like all the DLC or something? If there is DLC? Yeah, you might need to show me. Because physical copies of the PS4 and the Xbox One version are showing to be around $15. But maybe if there's DLC, maybe it's counting all that? I think that I only have like 2 One Piece games. One of them is Pirate Warriors 3, and I have that on Steam. The other one is One Piece Odyssey, I believe? Odyssey wasn't that bad. Odyssey had the problem where it just didn't know what if it's supposed to be a game for new people to catch up onto Stories of One Piece, which even then it doesn't really do the best job because it only covers like a few arcs. Or if it's trying to do its own story, which again it's constantly interrupted with the old stuff, so I don't know. Gameplay was fun though, like actual RPG stuff. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me. As antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Scottbot? And that is probably good. More cutscenes? Okay, more cutscenes. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix Moonbreda? Louisoix Moonbreda. There's pauses there. Our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Orphan. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words. A reaffirmation of my own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Scottbot. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Did you hear that? I'm her pillar. I am. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of the new day. A new day. And that is a good spot to stop. Based on what I looked on, like, main scenario quests, we're kind of in the final section of this post-game story section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16 quests left. And it's all kind of in this one story section, so it all kind of works out. So for sure, we are going to do... we're probably going to do one more, most likely. We'll see. Thanks for everyone who showed up. I am doing these streams Monday through Friday at noon Pacific time. If you want to see the old streams that are not on Twitch anymore, they're on YouTube at ScottBot64 Stream Archives. There's a link in the About page. If you are on the YouTube side, maybe consider the Twitch side. We got redeems and emotes to mess around with. Sent? Okay, I'll take a look. A little later. Tomorrow we're back to Inazuma 11. See ya, Stinky. See ya, Orphan. Tomorrow we're back to Inazuma 11. Next week we're doing another Final Fantasy XIV, but as I kind of been talking about today, we may drop 14 after all that, because it's not really doing what I was kind of hoping for as a multiplayer stream thing. We'll see. I gotta think about it. I'm just gonna end it. Have a good day. Later.